Test. Madam President, the time is 5:30 p.m.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular board meeting, information meeting for Adelanto Elementary School District. Today is Tuesday, November the 12th, 2024. The time is 5:30. Ms. LeVay, will you please take roll?
Trustee Stewart,
Present.
Trustee Turner,
Turner present.
Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee Webster,
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench.
Love French present. Quorum has been established. Section 1.04. Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Ms. LeVay, do we have any proposed additions, deletion, and adjustments in the order of business?
We do. Tonight we'll be pulling item 13.09. That is Academic Services Approval of Parent Institute for Quality Education. That would be PICE, Signature Family Engagement and Education K-12 Program.
Thank you. Board of Trustees, can I get adoption of the agenda with the exception of 1309, please?
Trustee Turner, motion to adopt the agenda minus 1309.
Trustee Webster, I second.
Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, I.
Trustee LaFrench.
Love French, I motion pass 5-0. Section 3, Cabinet Reports with Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President LaFrench. At this time, we will have Dr. Dwyzon, Academic Services.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. Good evening, President Love French, to our Board of Trustees, AESD staff, and community. I'm honored to share brief updates on behalf of our Academic Services Division. So we do have our DLAC meeting this Thursday, the 14th, from 10 to 11:30. That'll be held here in the district office boardroom. We also have our DAC and LCAP meetings will be held Thursday night. More information will be sent out about these meetings via Parent Square. So please be on the lookout for those. We have an update on Saturday school. So Saturday school will begin on December 14th. The program will run from 8 to 12. Breakfast and lunch will be served and will also run at each school site. There will be invitations and more information coming from school soon, but we are very excited to restart this program. We will also be launching our before school program in January at a date later to announce. We're still working on some key logistics to be able to launch, and we're excited to offer this for our students and families. Next Monday on the 18th, we will be hosting an esports PD, professional development, for our middle schools, which will be held at Columbia Middle School from 8 to 2:30. So all of our middle schools will be participating in that. We will be holding a few professional development sessions this week after school. We have discovery education and also some math professional development offered from Better Lesson. I enjoyed getting out to Morgan Kincaid, Mesa Linda, and Columbia's middle school today. I'm sure you'll hear more about that with our work, launching with our learner-centered collaborative. Last week, I attended the JPA conference, and I was able to attend sessions focused on education and leadership. I would say the biggest takeaways were to remember the people that we lead, and specifically what we do to inspire and make a difference so that everyone is glad to be here, which was the topic of one of our keynotes. I was equally amazed at the focus and inclusion of artificial intelligence, or AI, and how a particular district is leveraging that to make significant change in their district. So I will be looking more into that to support our work here as well. And with that, that concludes for academic services.
Thank you, Dr. Dwyzon. At this time, we will have our presentation from our very own Assistant Super of Business Services, Ms. Gonzalez.
Hi, and thank you, evening President LaFrench, esteemed Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and valued community members. I'm thrilled to share a few exciting updates. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend the California Schools JPA annual conference with a few of our AESD staff, as well as a cabinet member. It was an inspiring experience where I participated in a variety of workshops. One session focused on enhancing school safety by fostering collaboration, not only with our district participants, but also participating with neighboring districts and strengthening the ties with our local law enforcement. I also had the chance to hear from other districts leading the way, just as Dr. Dwyzon, in using AI technology, both in the classroom and within the workspace. The discussions were incredibly insightful. It highlighted many of the exciting ways AI is transforming education and the workspace, along with the rapid pace of technology change. It was an energizing and informative event. I'm excited to bring these fresh ideas back to our district. On November 8th, our fiscal services team had the privilege of hosting an ASB training for our bookkeepers. We are grateful for the opportunity to come together for this important session, which included viewing the CASBO training self, reviewing updated FICMAT ASB manual, as well as introducing our new internal ASB manual. Thank you to our fiscal team and everyone that participated and was involved. Our maintenance and operations team has already begun winter preparation meetings for, preparation for all of our district sites. It's fantastic to see our district come together as we embrace the upcoming season. Our transportation team has been putting in great effort during the past couple weeks with their behind the wheel training. They're also excited to start wearing their new uniforms this week to add an extra touch of pride to their work. In addition, we are thrilled to welcome a new transportation dispatcher who will be joining us in the next couple weeks. So we have a lot of positive changes coming out of our transportation team. As just a wrap up, as we embrace the beauty of fall, it's time to reflect on the season of change and gratitude as the leaves turn and the weather takes cool. I want to be thankful for our families, our community, and the opportunity to grow here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. At this time, we have Mr. Shiflett, our interim assistant sup of human resources.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. President Lev French, members of the board, cabinet, and members of the audience. So I'm going to go back a little bit to October. So we finished our LLC work in the last week of October and had a great brainstorming session with our site leaders. Leading into Halloween was a great success. Our district office went over to Adelanto Elementary School where we supported a trunk or treat event, which is a great event. I had a really good time. The students and staff were just amazing, and the costumes were very creative. All around, it was a great day. Probably one of my highlights was Halloween at Adelanto, so thank you. On October 30th and 31st, I attended paraprofessional training led by Dr. Best and Ms. Perez. Great turnout, great job. And today we had an opportunity to share some more work with 3 of our schools with LLC, Columbia, Morgan Kincaid, and Mesa Linda. We're really moving in the right direction and as a collective effort. I want to add that the work, working with both unions, Jennifer Rader and Diane Lynn has been a very positive experience. I believe the relationship we are building together, we will see some amazing things coming in the near future for our employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Section 4, staff reports and presentations. Dr. Walker.
At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Dwizon for academic services.
Good evening. Tonight we have 3 schools presenting their school plans. We will continue the format, the roundtable format. So at this time, I'd like to call up Adriana Pantoja from Westside Park, Soteria Ridley from George, and Carrie Cozart from Columbia, and they will present this evening.
Good evening, Board President Love French, trustees, Dr. Walker, and cabinet members. We are pleased to present our school plan for student achievement. As we move into our presentation overview, we will outline our comprehensive plan for student achievement. We will present our CAS and iReady data, review our 6 key goals, and discuss the strategies we plan to implement to enhance student achievement in English language arts and math. I will start with our amazing school, Westside Park Elementary School. As you can see from the pictures, we have a beautiful campus as well as the classroom. We are an avid, we use avid programs and strategies. So when you walk into our classrooms, you can see our students are prepared, engaged, and ready to learn, as you can see from the pictures. As well as this year, we went to Sacramento as a PBIS team to showcase the amazing work we're doing. So I appreciate the board allowing us to take our whole team to represent Adelanto and have our name out there to be known. Our primary focus is to establish a solid foundation in early literacy and math. In collaborative sessions, our teachers meet regularly to review data and identify specific needs with students and with student groups. They work closely with the students, setting goals and developing personalizing learning objectives with students. We also empower teacher leaders who share their expertise model effective lessons, and collaborate on lesson planning and development. To further support our teachers, we enlist specialists to provide professional development, including training on thinking maps for English language arts and math, and integrity to build a robust learning foundation. Our total enrollment for 2024 is 477 students. Our students' demographics are 56% Hispanic, 31 African American, and 5% white. Additionally, we have 14% of our students are English learners, 11 are enrolled in special education programs, and 85% come from socially disadvantaged backgrounds. This slide represents our school data over the past 3 years, highlighting progress across specific grade levels. Notably, each grade level showed improvement. For example, the third grade cohort performed increase from 6.1% proficiency in the 2022-23 school year to 12.35% in 23-24, a growth of 6.25%. Math math scores also increased. Going ahead of myself. Math scores also rose in both third and fourth grades. Although science scores decreased, a closer examination of our data revealed an encouraging shift, with 54% of students moving closer to meeting the proficiency benchmark in science. The following slide displays data from our individual student group. Our English language learners and Hispanic subgroups showed gains, while the African American subgroups saw a slight decrease. In math, the Hispanic subgroups improved, while English language learners saw a slight decrease, and the African American subgroups showed minor growth. This data underscores the need for additional support, particularly for African American students and English language learners. To address these needs, we have brought in expert trainers to support our English language development during ELD. All teachers are trained in strategies to designate and integrate ELD to ensure consistent support across all classes. Teachers meet regularly with students for data discussions and goal settings to help students understand their performance and objectives. In teacher collaboration meetings, teachers focus on student needs, plan lessons, and create preventive measures to target intervention and enhance students' learning. This slide represents iReady data for English language arts and math, reflecting our progress in using this platform to support student achievement. Our teachers are becoming adept in navigating iReady and analyzing individual learning pathways and developing effective interventions based on student data. We observe growth across all grade levels when comparing middle of the year, end of the year data in ELA and math. Although we saw a dip in scores at the start of the year due to summer learning loss, the mid-year data demonstrates promising gains, with nearly double the number of students achieving mid to above grade level proficiency compared to early in the year. We have a significant number of students currently performing one grade level below in both ELA and math, indicating a strong potential for increasing proficiency. Our intervention efforts focus heavily on these students, utilizing iReady Path lessons to provide targeted supports. Students who are 2 or more grade levels behind receive an intensive intervention through MTSS and additional supports before and after school through tutoring and specialized sessions. Our typical growth rate suggests that with continued targeted support, we anticipate an increase in our CAS scores. In conclusion, our data indicates the need to support both ELA and math. We will continue setting meaningful goals with students, teaching them to interpret their data, monitor their progress, and become actively engaged in their learning. Specifically, we will pay attention to tracking progress for our African American and English language learners subgroups to ensure targeted support. We will also leverage the expertise within our teaching team by modeling effective lessons, collaborating on purposeful lesson planning, and creating professional development opportunities focusing on best teaching practices. These efforts will equip our teachers with the strategies they need to drive impactful and sustainable growth for all our students. On the next slide, I will represent our SIPSA goals, strategies, and actions in order to achieve student success. In front of you, you have a SIPSA goal strategy card that highlights the amazing things we are doing at Westside Park Elementary School. Our primary goal, our goal number one, our primary goal is in English language arts is to increase our scores by 10 points, raising it from 10.33 to 20.33. We will implement the state adopted curriculum along using supplemental resources and tools to achieve this. We will continue to provide targeted professional development and dedicate collaboration time to teachers to plan data-driven instruction effectively. We will set individual goals with students every 4 to 6 weeks to monitor progress, empowering them to become active participants in their own learning journey. Using iReady data and customized learning path, we will create targeted interventions and provide small group instruction to differentiate learning based on the student's needs. Additionally, we will engage paraprofessionals and proctors to support reading skills development. We'll supply level readers for fostering independent reading opportunities and provide books for students to take home. To build a school-wide reading culture, we will continue with programs like the One School, One Book, which encourages collective reading and promotes a love for literature among students and families. Our second goal focuses on mathematics, aiming to improve our performance by 10 points from the current 4.76%. To achieve this, we will use the state-adopted math curriculum alongside supplemental resources and tools, offering targeted professional development and collaboration time for teachers to plan and deliver data-driven instruction. We will incorporate AVID, Kagan, and Thinking Math strategies to enhance enrichment and intervention efforts. Our third goal is focusing on supporting our English language learners. We aim to reclassify 15 students this school year and help students advance one proficiency level to meet the level 4 criteria on the LPAC assessments. To support this goal, we have implemented a school-wide ELD block where students receive structured English language development daily. Our ELD teachers reinforce language skills using the state-adopted Wonder curriculum, supplemental resources, and practice LPAC assessments. ELD teachers also participate in Path to Proficiency, which is a development to strengthen their ability to meet the unique needs of English learners. We have engaged experts to provide targeted training for our ELD teachers, helping them develop strategies to enable the students to progress one level each year, with the ultimate goal of reclassification. All staff are trained in designated and integrated ELD strategies to support English learners throughout the school day. Our fourth goal centers on special education. We have 3 special day classes and 1 RSP class. Our goal is to ensure the students are fully included in all activities. We aim to integrate them into mainstream subjects where they demonstrate strengths, as indicated by their IEP progress goals. Special education classes have access to the same programs, board-adopted curriculum, and extracurriculum events, as well as other students, so that we can support a well-rounded and inclusive education experience for them. Our fifth goal addresses chronic absenteeism and suspension. We are committed to fostering a welcoming and safe, supporting learning environment. To support this goal, we monitor chronic absenteeism students weekly, contact parents daily through calls and emails, meet with students, conduct SST meetings, and include attendance goals in each student's personalized goal setting every 4 to 6 weeks. We also provide incentives to encourage positive attendance and behavior. We host monthly events to celebrate our students' achievements and organize study trips to broaden their experience beyond the classroom. Our dedication to positive behavior intervention supports, PBIS, has earned us recognition as a platinum level PBI school for 2 consecutive years. As part of the California Integrated Support Project, the CISP, our PBIS team is undergoing intensive professional development to create modules that promote an inclusive learning environment. Teachers participate in 6 two-hour training sessions, focuses on culture relevant practices, social emotional learning, and relationship building to enhance inclusivity. Additionally, we partner with after-school programs like AYA and robotics to enrich our students' extracurricular activities. Our 6th goal is parent engagement. We provide numerous opportunities for parents to engage in our school community. Every 3 weeks, we celebrate our Model Wildcat student and their family. We host monthly coffee with administration gatherings and ELAC and school site council meetings. Additionally, we organize literacy and AVID and math nights to foster family involvement in academics. This winter, we are excited to host the Parent Institute for Quality of Education, PICE, for the third time. During this last fall PICE session, over 50 parents participated and graduated from the program, highlighting the strong partnership between our school and our families. In closing, I sincerely thank you for the opportunity to present Westside Park School Plan for Achievement. I want to recognize the amazing staff at Westside Park and thank the board and the cabinet for their continued support with all that we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening to our board members, our board president, Love French, to Superintendent Dr. Walker, and all of our cabinet members. Also, I'd like to say good evening to all the AESD family here at the board meeting, including my George staff that's here present tonight. Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to share information about the school that I refer to as the Hidden Gem, George Visual and Performing Arts, a TK through 8 school where I am the proud principal. On the next slide, we're taking a look at the demographics of George. We currently have 686 students. This number does change a little bit day to day, up a little, down a little. Our biggest population of students is our group of Hispanic students with 574 students. And then we have our African American students. And then we have our students that are 2 or more races. And then we have our white students with 23 enrollment. And we have a small group of Asian students, American Indian students, and Pacific Islanders. When you enter our George campus and you go into our classrooms, the pictures that I have showing on this slide are what I think you see. You see our students working hard, you see them working collaboratively, and you also see them engaged. You also see our teachers giving direct instruction, giving one-on-one support, and working in small groups. And now I'd like to share some of the George data and some of the for CASP and also for iReady. If you take a look at the first category, we're looking at our English and language arts data over a 3-year span. And as you can see, our language arts did go slightly down by less than 1% this year, or this past year. Our 3rd, 6th, and 8th graders all went up, so we're very proud of that. We did have some of our grades that went down. 4th, 7th, and 5th went down in language arts. If you look at our 3rd and 8th, you'll also notice that over the 3-year span, they are continuously going up. And even though our 7th went down a little bit this year in language arts, we wanted to also, recognize and show that both our 7th and our 8th grade students are over the 50% range, which we're also very proud of. We know we still have work though. And then we're gonna look at the second category, which is math. Math looks, this is an area that we need to look and work more on. And so you will see that our math did go slightly up this year. And if you take a look again, our 3rd, 6th, and 8th grade classrooms grades, they all went up. Our 4th, 5th, and 7th grade classrooms did drop. And then if we take a look over in the 3rd category at science, you'll notice that overall we went slightly down, less than 1%. Our 5th graders did go up in science, and our 8th graders went down. Then we're going to take a look at our subgroups. If you look at our English learners going across for language arts and math, you'll notice that they went down slightly in language arts. In math, they went down slightly, actually. They went down in language arts and they went down slightly in math. That is also what you will notice when you look at our subgroup for our Hispanic students. you take a look at the row showing our African American students, you will see that both in language arts and math, they grew. So we're happy to see that happening for that group of students. Also, if you look at our English learners, you'll notice that they are the only subgroup that went slightly up in science. Next slide. And we're going to take a look at our iReady data now. If you look at our language arts, 20% of our students are at or above at the beginning of our year iReady data. And for math, 7% of our students are at or above. The bulk of our students fall in the yellow band, which is one grade level below, in both language arts and math. And so this is a group that we, not that we're not going to focus on all of our groups, but this is the group where we're trying to put some things in place because we know that they can get over to that next band fairly easy. The data also shows that at the end of last year, our language arts went from 36 to 42% of our students at or above in language arts, and then for math, 18% to 30%. In conclusion, these are some of the highlights, although there's tons and tons and tons. You could go on and on when you're looking at the data, but for 8th grade, they have improved in language arts across 3-year span from 43% to 51.81 to 58.82. And I wanted to just kind of highlight that our teachers in all of our grades, they do language arts across the different subject areas. So they are able to implement language arts into the math, the science, and the history. And I see that going on a lot in our 8th grade group. And I know that has something to do with their growth that's happening. For math, as I already identified, this is an area that we need to work on for our whole school. And so with some very specific and targeted math interventions and some very things that we're trying to put in place to make sure that we start to have growth more in that area. Our iReady scores show that the majority of our students fall, as I already stated, kind of in the one grade level below area, which is the yellow band. And this allows for great supports and learning to be implemented so that we can bring those students up. So now I'm going to go over the part that I think is the most exciting part, which is when we get to talk about some of the interventions that we're putting in place to make a difference on some of these different things. So our first goal is for the area of English language arts. And so by the end of the school year, we are looking to see 41% of our 3rd graders meeting or exceeding on the language arts. Some of the ways that we are going to make that happen is through our OASIS intervention room that we have going on now for the 2nd year. And so a lot of our funding goes towards the personnel for that room. We do have a long-term sub in that position, and we also had one last year. And we also have a couple of paras that are a part of that learning center, and they are using research-based curriculum to bring up our students in those areas. They are mostly servicing our 1st through 5th grade students, although we've expanded that a little bit this year, and I'll get into that a little bit more as we get into some of the other subgroups. But the intervention that they do is very targeted. The groups stay in there for 4 to 6 weeks. We actually assess all of our 1st through 5th graders on a one-on-one assessment so that we can get data on where they are specifically. And then the groups are made according to that data. And then it switches out every 4 to 6 weeks. And those 1st through 5th graders get assessed 3 times a year so that we can see if they're making growth. They're being assessed in phonics and decoding and fluency skills. And so part of the money is not just to pay for this intervention teacher, but also to pay for the paras that we have in that room. Something new that we're doing this year is a lot of data chats. This year, we've done one-on-one data meetings with our teachers where we're going over their iReady data. And I actually, they were able to choose if they wanted to do math or language arts as their focus. But with that focus, we looked at one-on-one, we looked at the school data, we looked at their grade level, and then they got to look at their classrooms. And then they got to create a goal that they wanted to work on between now and January. And then we'll come back and revisit that goal. And then we'll make a new goal. And along in that meeting, not only did we set a goal, but I also asked them, is there something that you need specifically to help make this goal happen? And most of them gave me some things that they needed, and we are going to make it happen for them as much as we can. So some of the things that they asked for, there's one teacher, third grade teacher, who wants to really work on her comprehension. And so she asked for some more novels for her whole class. And then I have another class that's working on some math, kind of getting the foundational skills. And so there's these little math manipulatives that are called a dice within a dice, and she's asked for that. So they range in what they've asked for. Next slide. Next slide is our math goal. And for this one, we're actually using our iReady data. And so we are going to focus on numbers and operations, and our goal is to get 50% of our students at proficient level. And some of the ways that we'll be doing that is, again, with those one-on-one data chat meetings where the teachers come up with their goals and we work on getting them what they need to make that happen. Also, we have supplemental software that we're using. A big one that we're using that we actually started using last year is called Desmos. And it allows for the teachers to break the math, every concept you can think of, down into many different ways. And it allows for the students to kind of have like a hands-on manipulatives, but on the computer. It's really awesome to see. So that is something that we believe helped with our 6th and 8th grade with some of their scores coming up. Our third goal that we're looking at is for our English learners. And we have a goal of trying to get more of our students reclassified. And so I said I would bring the Oasis Learning Center back up again. So this year, what we're doing is we have some students that are very limited in their English. And so we have provided a time during the day where those students get to go to that Learning Center intervention room, 6th through 8th graders. So now we're addressing that group of kids. And in the Learning Center, they sometimes just need somebody to explain what it is that they were assigned because they are limited in their English. So they go over the work, they go over the instructions, they go over the homework, they go over some of their lessons, just someone to explain to them. My paras that I have in that Learning Center are bilingual, and so they're able to support in that way. Also, in January, we plan on, January, possibly February, we plan on extending the Oasis Learning Center to support some of our students that are struggling with reclassifying. And so we want to pull them in so that we can start to tackle some of the core areas that they are assessed on with the LPAC. Our fourth goal is for our special ed group. And so this group is a group that I really need us, really need to see them making some growth. And so we have a goal in place where we are planning on decreasing the number of below the standards to improve it with an 18-point improvement. And so some of the biggies that we'll be doing to assist with this is at the beginning of this school year, this is brand new for us this year, we started data chats where we brought in the classroom teacher, our RSP teachers, and myself, and we sat down and we talked about every single student who had an IEP so that they actually got a chance to sit down and look at what is their goal, what is their need. Because a lot of times, it's hard if you don't have the time to sit down and actually look at their IEP plans and their goals and look at that. So we made a time where we structured and we went through every single student and we talked about that. So that was new for us this year. Also, our 6th through 8th grade students are all participating in their IEP meetings this year, which is also new for us. So they get to come in there and be a part of their meetings, collaborate, and express what they feel like their needs are. Or if there's a support that was put in place and they're like, I think I don't need that support anymore. So they actually are able to voice that. And then this is new. We are starting a book study with our parents, with students that have IEPs. The book that we'll be doing is The Disconnected Kid, and Dr. Keeler will be leading that discussion. And we're hoping that this is just the start of many of book clubs that we'll do for some of our subgroups. Our 5th goal is for chronic absenteeism and suspensions. A big thing for us is building and maintaining our attendance. We usually average around the 95% range. We do a lot for trying to maintain and increase attendance. We do one-on-one goals where if they show up for the month, then at the next month, they get to be a part of a VIP luncheon. This Wednesday, we will be celebrating 309 of our 689 students who had perfect attendance during the month of October. We're proud of that because that was around the time where we had that week off, and we know that students tend to miss days before and after that. And so it is literally our CNS doing a pizza lunch for our students. Myself and Miss Beck, we are there with them for the whole time, and we do a activity of some sort, rock, paper, scissor battle, a jump rope battle, a coloring something. Sometimes we put a movie on, and it's right. We just split up part of the NPR, and our AYA, they participate by decorating it for us, and we just make it something big for them. So they really love that. We also have a class goal where they get Eagles, and every 10 days of perfect attendance as a class, they earn something. So right now we're celebrating about 10 classes that have earned an Otter Pop party. You would think that the Otter Pops are the biggest thing in the world. They love those little Otter Pops. And then I have about 5 classrooms that have already made their popcorn party. So those are things that we kind of do. This year, we're trying to implement a quarter incentive, which is a family paint night and a family dinner for students that have perfect attendance for the quarter. So that's going to be new for us this year. Our 6th goal is for our parent engagement. And like Mrs. Pantoja right here, the PK was a part of our goal that we had in place. We're trying to increase it. We were trying to increase it to 40 to 45 participants. We were able to do 2 meetings already with that, and we had 60 parents that showed up already. So we already met this goal. I'm hoping that PK still continues. If not, we'll have to switch this goal up, but we had last year in person, it's all Spanish, and then they do an online Spanish class and they do an online English class. Last year, I had no parents show up for the English. This year, I had 10 parents already show up for that. So hoping that it still happens. And then, we have our parent groups, our coffee with the principal, the ELAC, school site council. Our goal that we have for parent engagement is to host something almost every month if we can. And if we can't, then we usually have that PK going on. But for the month of October, we did a trunk or treat. For the month of September, we did a family literacy night. December, we're having a family literacy night, and it just goes on and on. Our goal is to do something once a month. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to share the progress we have made and our current plans that we have in place to continue to grow. Thank you to the George teachers, to my co-admin, Mrs. Beck, and to all of our classified staff who daily make a commitment to our students and to each other and to the community that we serve. Together we can, and we do make a difference every single day. And I want to thank our board and our cabinet for your continued support throughout this year.
Good evening, Board President Love French. Thank you everyone for giving us an opportunity to come and present. Board of Trustees, Cabinet, fellow AESD colleagues, friends, and family. I am Carrie Cozart, the proud principal at Columbia Middle School. So on this slide, we're looking at our demographics. We have fluctuating 755 students enrolled. Our underlined areas are the areas that we specifically want to, our SIPSA focuses on this year. So we have 17.6 of our population is special education with 3 RSP teachers and 5 SDC classes in our mild to moderate programs. Our foster and homeless youth are 10% of our population. English learners, 17%, and our African American non-Hispanic are 19.74%. So when you come to Columbia now, everybody talks about the difference in the vibe and how it feels very different. And so that was a goal from last year to this year. And now we want to use what we learned last year from our data and plan for how we're going to take our data from the incremental growth and fluctuating up and down growth over the last 3 years to a trajectory for success. So what we're looking at right now, so the way we started this year was taking our leadership team on a kickoff, and we started the year with our vision statement. And from our vision statement, we established what is it that we do every day and why do we do the things that we do. So that was our foundation for the year after we looked at our data. So if you're looking at this slide, you see our school data and our CASP has been steadily, all students really around 12%, meeting standard or exceeding standard. And it has been consistently, I don't want to say low, but low. And what we'd like to see is an improvement. In our 6th grade, we see that they were 8%, and then we went up for a year, and then we dropped back down to around 8%. So what we're noticing is just being kind of stagnant in our ELA growth. This year for 8th grade, though, we did see 8% of our 8th grade population did improve. Math has taken a huge hit over the last 3 years, and so all of our grade levels have seen, with the exception of 8th grade, a decline. So our goal is to work toward improving that with our coaching and consulting. And then if we look at our science, we had growth in our science area, primarily because we have fantastic science teachers who are very interested in science. And last year, we saw definitely how they motivated our students to grow as well. So our next slide are our student groups. So what you'll notice is we've been consistent across the board, and that we have struggled with showing consistent improvement in all areas, all student group areas. Our African Americans did show growth from last year, the year before to last year in ELA, and the goal is to hope that all areas will grow. Our iReady data, so last year iReady was brought to us and we did not have a structure for iReady last year. This year we have implemented what's called peer leadership, which is like a homeroom class. So now we have a systematic structure for our iReady. As you can see, we have about 11% of our students are meeting or on grade level in terms of their iReady data, as well as mid-year, it was a struggle. The data, I think, represents itself pretty accurately. Our students academically are struggling. However, the question becomes, what is it that we're doing to meet these needs? Because what we see is a huge gap in students who are at or above and students who are well below. And our heaviest load is the students who are well below. So if I get to our data conclusions, there's a slight improvement of 4.15% growth in science for African American students from in the 23-24 year. No other real significant increase was noted. There was no significant student growth on the CASP and ELA for 6th and 7th grade. However, 8th grade grew 8%, shout out to Mr. Sharp, in ELA on the CASP in 8th grade. The number of students meeting or exceeding standards in math is much lower than the number in ELA. And basically our data just says that school-wide we need intervention in all areas and our durable skills. So what you're looking at in front of you is our graphic that we started the year with. This in the center is our vision. Our vision is that we aspire to be a culture where each student has ownership of their academic, social, and emotional learning, becoming prepared for success in life. And what we felt was important as a leadership team this year was to start the year making sure we all knew what that vision was. It was the vision that was created about 6 years ago, but we also needed to know what we were going to do to address it. So in each of those 6 categories, you see what our plan was moving forward this year in academics and parent engagement and just total engagement in social emotional learning, culture and climate, as well as behavior. So as we move forward, we're going to talk a little bit about our SIPSA goals and our strategies and actions that we plan to take this year. So goal 1 in ELA, we would like to see significant growth by aiming for 10% increase in our percentage of students meeting or exceeding grade level standards on the CASP. What we've done this year is we've hired a coaching and consulting entity group to come on campus and do customized coaching with all of our departments. We are going to implement instructional rounds, and we are also working toward revamping our AVID program. We've hired one AVID tutor so far. The goal is to hire more because AVID is also an intervention program. Our coaching and consulting, the way that it works, our coaches come once a month and they pull out 3 to 6 teachers at a time, and we have substitutes cover the class while teachers get customized coaching. We initially began with cultivating a welcoming learning climate, and so our coaches shared a rubric with teachers along with standards by which they measure themselves. So what we do to support that is as we walk through classes, we give them our evidence that we see of them cultivating that type of learning climate so that our students know that they're welcome on campus and they are also being given the structures and systems by which they can use instructional strategies to make sure that they are teaching the content standards using the adopted curriculum. So if you look at goal 2, our focus with our coaches this year is math and science. As I've talked to each coach, each department has its own coach. However, the coaches have focused primarily on some of the same strategies across the board. Math and language arts are our primary focuses this year, teaching not only the standards, but also making sure that we are adhering to checking for understanding as we go throughout the year. We are providing PD for teachers who need additional support, and we are including our special education teachers in our PDs and workshops. We've also hired 3 resident subs so that they can push into the classrooms to support our students in our peer leadership class so that teachers can have time to do structured small group intervention. Goal 3 is our chronic absenteeism or suspensions goal. The goal is that we would reduce our suspensions overall and improve our students coming to school. Not only in the morning do we tell them that we are thankful to see them every day, but we also talk to them about the importance of attendance. We definitely, like the prior schools, are incentivized. So we do random drawings on Fridays for thank you for being present. And sometimes you might be selected to be a model Viper, where you get a pair of shades and you get donuts and you get recognized, because at this age, that's all they want is to be recognized. And so we have increased the number of adults on campus to work with students during unstructured time. So we have hired a mentoring entity that comes on campus during lunch to also help boost our students' social skills. We have implemented our social emotional lessons in our peer leadership class on Talk About It Tuesdays. Our counselors will be doing anger management groups as well as conflict resolution groups. And our tier 2 interventions include our classified staff, security, and clerical becoming trauma informed. Goal 4, English learners. The goal is that we actually improve our English learner skills. We have a lot. Majority of our English learners are LTEL, so they've been longtime English learners. We have an EL coordinator who offers leveled ELD classes, and she progress monitors our LPAC. She also provides, she is our literacy specialist on campus as well, and she provides support to the classroom teachers. Our coaches also help our teachers with instructional strategies for our EL population, and we have implemented the data chats this year, the one-on-one data chats and small group data chats, and teacher to student data chats to make sure students are reflecting on their data and setting goals for themselves. Next goal. For our special education population, I think we have one of the most amazing special ed departments who offers a tiered life skills reading support program for our students with disabilities. In that program, our students are able to, they use Read Naturally. It is during their elective life skills class time, and we've organized it so that as they show growth, they can move from one group to another. They aren't stuck in one group the entire time. They celebrate one another quite often, and our coaches are also inviting our special education teachers to participate in the coaching and consulting times, as well as making sure that our special education teachers are teaching our general education teachers how to meet the needs of our special ed students in their classes. Because just like Ms. Pantoja, we want our students to be fully included. We also provide subs for our special ed teachers to be able to get their paperwork done or provide additional support when needed and in testing. We make sure that our teachers have an opportunity also to share their lessons at a glance with our general ed teachers so that everyone knows what the needs are for our special ed students. Parent engagement. So our goal this year is to regularly have parent engagement opportunities. We are also hoping to get PK back on campus this year. PK last year was amazing. And our goal is to host Avid Night, Literacy Night, Music Night. We now have an up-and-coming music program. We've implemented more electives that students are excited about, so they're going home to tell their parents about it. We have an ELAC and school site council. So our plan is to create a space on campus where parents know that they belong, so that they feel more comfortable being on campus. In middle school, it is very difficult sometimes to get parents to participate, but we are trying to build those relationships with our parents, and we are definitely seeing improvement there. So this year, we're not quite platinum just yet, Ms. Pantoja, but we did earn PBIS silver recognition for last year. Like I said, we are introducing new electives like esports, which we are very excited about. We have an entrepreneurship elective as well. And in our new peer leadership class, what you see is in the blue how it is mapped out. So Monday and Thursday are our structured iReady times because it's Math Monday and Time to Read Thursday. Tuesday is our SEL time, Talk About It Tuesday. Wednesday, because we are also an Avid school, is our Wicker Wednesday, and Friday is an opportunity for Fix It Friday, where students have an opportunity to go back and check on grades, make up assignments, or correct anything that they have missed. But it's also like your home base, and those teachers they become the mentors of those 30 students in that class to have a teacher to connect with. I want to say thank you to all of our staff for their hard work, my fantastic leadership team, as well as my administrative support team. And thank you, Board and Cabinet, for your support for the opportunity to bring coaching to our site.
Thank you, Board. Would anyone like to make a comment?
I just wanted to say excellent presentations. I know that it can kind of be a lot and to kind of go over, but I appreciate I appreciate the time that you guys have put in. and I look forward to seeing all 3 schools grow.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you. I know with state testing how stressful it can be because there's times you work and then but part of it I don't blame the kids because though those questions I'm sure you've looked at them and man, I mean, not that the kids can't do it. I think they get bored halfway through reading the question. And again, I've said this. I wish our state legislatures could take the test themselves and see how they do. You know, fifth grade. I think that's a good starting point. But I do appreciate the information. I do appreciate how you've gone into the data because with that then you know where you have to go and you have a goal. And with the kids, when the kids know they have a goal, they want to do a good job. So I look forward to the growth next year. I always do. You know, I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, so much for being with us tonight. I really did appreciate each one of your presentations, elaborating on the information and directions that each school site is headed towards. I do want to thank each one of you for your leadership and extend my gratitude to your staff, as we know that it is definitely a full team effort. So once again, thank you so much for being with us tonight, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks again for your support. I know it's difficult to present when you know you could do better and you want your students to better and, you know, to present that data like that. So I commend you for sitting here, presenting that. I look at your faces and I see that this is not what you want to say. And I see that you want to make it better. My question is, when the data is shared with the student, what reaction do you get, does a teacher get from the student when they look at their data, whether increase or not doing so well? Does that motivate them to do better?
Yes, so speaking for Westside Park, and I'm sure I'm speaking for my fellow staff, when we sit with the students, it's almost like an aha moment. They don't really understand what they're doing. That's really causing them not to understand. So when the teacher really sits down and goes there, looks at their data and focuses on what they did, and then they show them, for example, writing or other formal assessments, and they say, this is how well you're doing. However, when we're looking at this data, it's not correlating, it's not making sense. So this is what some of the tools that you're able to use, such as making sure you have your scratch paper, making sure you're double checking your answers, because sometimes, well, most of the times when we look at the data, it's not really a reflection of what our students know. They knew much more than that. So that really has helped our students, especially because we broke it down into 3 different sessions where the teachers are sitting with them, looking at how they did on the first iReady, looking at how they're doing with writing, looking at how they're doing with behavior, attendance. So we're actually putting everything to create that whole child so they could succeed. And we're doing it 3 times a year. We're doing assessments for the students that are in SSTs, then we're doing it every 4 weeks to make sure they're showing growth.
Anybody want to add to that?
I would say that what I think our students, what we discussed with our teachers, one thing is students stated was, oh, you're looking at that? So there was no anticipation that we were paying attention to the data. So now it's brought their attention to the fact that this is not just a random assessment. These are not numbers that are just going to be thrown out. These are numbers that we're going to use to gauge your growth. So now you have students that can actually themselves tell you, oh, I didn't really do my best on that. I can do better, or I did do my best and I need help. So having them take the time to reflect on it, but also see that we're using it now matters to them.
And what about the parents? Is that data shared with the parents? I know that you have parent-teacher conference, but how often is that data shared with the parent?
I know that we share the data with them at our different parent meetings that we have. So during the ELAC meetings, the school site council meetings, the coffee with the principal, the one I had in the month of September for Coffee with the Principal when I shared our different scores. You can see like they are happy with some of the scores, but also you could see their faces when they saw that we went down on some areas like that. They felt it inside the same way that we do.
And is there any information given to the parent on struggling students to help the parent? I know that students are getting homework, but is there any information given to the parent where they can help their student at home? And what does that information look like?
So up to now, we've told parents and students about tutor.com. But what we're moving into next is our Tier 2 PBIS referral for tutoring program, where our teachers will be tutoring, and it's what parents are now asking for. They see that their students are having the gaps and they don't know how to help their students. So we're offering tutoring opportunities before and after school, but it is through the referral process only for our Tier 2 supports.
Okay, and George, you mentioned that you have intervention sessions 4 to 6 weeks.
Yes.
And what happens during that 4 to 6 weeks? How often are you monitoring that data to see, are they meeting? Are they staying the same? Are they, tell me.
Yeah,
tell
so
me
when
about
they
that.
come in for the intervention, right now it's mostly in the area of like the phonics and the coding areas. And so the same assessment that is used 3 times a year to assess them on those skills, when they finish their 4 to 6 weeks, that assessment is given to them again. And we have like a little screening sheet that we have, and it's updated on that. It's given to the teacher. We go back and we look at all of that data again, and we shift those groups again. So the intervention could be, I'm going to take like first grade. There's a group of kids who are struggling with decoding short vowel words. So they will specifically work on that skill in that group for the 4 to 6 weeks. It could be some of your students that they don't know all of the sounds to the letters, and so they're working on that skill. For some of the older grades, they're not able to decode words that are considered multisyllabic words. So, they chop up into 3 or more syllables. So they get intervention specifically on knowing how to decode those type of words so that they can become stronger readers.
And the intervention is done during the day?
It is during the school day. That's our main focus right now, is extending that intervention during the school day.
And I know, still George, you mentioned that your special education, you're looking at data chats versus the IEPs with the students. Now, on your struggling students, do you feel that, and Dr. DeWizon and I have talked about this for years, about individual educational plans for all of our students. Based on data, we can design a plan for every failing student. Have we tried, that's going into detail. I'll continue to talk about that, but, I know that we want to work to make it better for our students, and we have the data to show it, to prove it, to do it. And so I know that we're working together with all of our assessments, and I know all of you don't get the funds that some of our other schools get. Like George, you don't get the multiple equity. What is that?
Equity multiplier.
Equity multiplier. And I was surprised Westside Park, you don't get it either. You get CSI, but not
Yes, we were actually getting CSI from leftover money, so we really do not want anything extra because we're trying to move our scores as much as possible. So we know that when we have extra funds, that's maybe because we're still struggling. So we're really pushing, our amazing staff is really pushing to make sure they are working before and after school intervention. We have intervention teachers. We're doing an intense intervention for our students so that we can make sure that we move our students, as well as when we're looking at the data, like you're mentioning, the I-ready pathways really help our intervention teachers focus on what skill our students are needing. And as every 3 weeks, they're checking on that same skill to see if they make progress. We want to make sure that the students are constantly fluid, that they're not moving. And that also motivates our students to see, this is where I was, now I'm moving here. So our intervention teachers are also having those goal settings with the students so they could see, the amazing work they do just if they try their best, because most of our students are excellent. They just need that motivation.
Yeah, that push and to see the
Yes.
improvement. Okay, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate your support and your presentation. We know where we are, we know what we need to work on, and based on your plan, I know that we're going to get there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I know I didn't give a shout out to my amazing assistant principal, Ms. Lara. She's right behind me. She just came back from an AVID UCLA field trip where I will showcase some pictures. And also all our amazing classifier proctors, everybody. Thank you so much for making Westside Park shine.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, before you guys go, I just want to say thank you. I know that as a principal wears many, 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 many different hats. As you sit here today and to hear you speak about, you know, your staff, your school, your children, the things that you've implemented, the things that you are striving for, and to even, you know, show, you know, the things that you are not so happy for, right? And to make sure that you know that you are focusing on putting on plans in place in order to make all children successful. It takes a lot. And I know that some of us talk faster than others, you know, some of us get lost in it, you know, but I can hear, you know, the passion that is there. And it's not easy to be a principal. I said everything from tying a shoe to mopping something up to picking up this, picking up paper, then to sit in front of a board, you know, but I can hear the passion that you have for the students, for the children, and the kudos that you give your staff. I just want to say thank you that I know that it's not easy. I trip over my words all the time up here, you know. It's not easy, but the passion that you have, that's what matters to your students. To be able to include your students in IEPs, have incentives for them, you know, try to get parents, you know, to come. You can say 10%, 8%, 8 parents more, you know. It's difficult when parents are going to work and you're trying to pull them in and let students know, you know, how they play an impact in their own, you know, trajectory of where they're going. You know, we have our youngest, but you can hear, you know, that you're doing the best that you can do and you're asking, you know, for support. And I thank you for being a principal. It's not easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're dismissed. Okay. Thank you. Moving right along to section 5. Closed session declarations will be taking items 5.02 through 5.07 into closed session. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or to answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listen carefully and appreciate input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Ms. LeVay, do we have any speakers for ADTA?
Madam President, the board calls on Jennifer Rader.
Thank you.
Is it on? Okay. Good evening, Dr. Walker, Madam President, trustees and cabinet, teachers, staff, and viewers on YouTube. I'd like to begin my remarks this evening by thanking Christine Turner for her many years of service on the board. Governance is a heavy burden, and we all thank her for the efforts she made to improve AESD over the past several years. We wish you well and hope you enjoy a well-deserved rest from the demands of trustee. I'd also like to congratulate Trustee Webster on the beautiful addition to her family. Little Jeremiah Robert is truly a precious gift. I'd like to reprise Brian Hahn's message from the last board meeting because his message was our message. It is truly a fabulous direction our district is taking. I am proud to be part of a team that is so focused on progress and improvement, as well as honoring and recognizing the brightness already present in our schools, the excellence of our teachers, and the hard work of the students who will be the future of this community. Our future is bright. I'd like to extend my thanks to Dr. Walker and Mr. Shiflett for the collaboration with ADTA and the immediate responsiveness to several issues that have been troubling us for some months now, and for the continued collaboration with Dr. Best on issues with our specialized academic instruction program. Our thanks to the board for the contract agreement we reached. I have the pleasure of announcing that our teachers ratified it, 77% of those who voted. ADTA looks forward to sunshining items for the 2024-25 school year and hopes to start negotiations soon and be settled before spring break. I was very gratified to learn from our CTA staff person, Arlie Kidd, that Julie Gonzalez really impressed him and truly knows her way around a school budget. Apparently, and somewhat surprisingly, that is not always the case with CBOs in negotiations. So kudos to you, Mrs. Gonzalez. We are lucky to have you as well. I'd also like to offer my thanks to the board for accepting the direction from Dr. Albert, as well as our current administration, by engaging the Learner-Centered Collaborative as we engage on a campaign to improve our schools and reach more students, modifying our approach to current problems and increasing the instances of successful intervention. It was clear on our walkthroughs that we have an amazing teaching staff. I was so proud to see multiple strategies and varied teaching styles in place, as well as engaged students and powerful lessons. The classroom environments were likewise admirable. The student focus groups were especially surprising. I was impressed by how well the students could articulate the state of their own education, both the positive parts and the perceived needs. I have to say again, I am proud to be associated with these amazing teachers. Thank you for including me. It was an honor. I have high hopes for the benefits that the Learner-Centered Collaborative will bring to fruition. While I was on my listening tour the week prior to spring break, I had the opportunity to speak with the men who run the Amazing Grace Restoration Center. They are doing a stunningly good job with our young men at Columbia. Please consider expanding the program for Mesa Linda as well. Our young men need direction and mentorship from responsible and productive members of the community. The men I spoke with were very impressive, and I wanted to thank the board for the foresight and wisdom to engage this group. There is still a strong need for school counselors, at least one per elementary site. We have the money, we need a job description. I hope to work on that with Mr. Shiflett as one of our first orders of business. I know we spoke about art and music being expanded full-time for every school with the Proposition 28 money for the arts, but it occurred to me after speaking with Vi Martin at George that providing drama and theater should be explored, since 80% of Prop 28 must be used on new salaries. I hope we consider this option. Speaking of music and arts in the classroom, I have the pleasure of announcing that one of our teachers won the $250 grant offered by California Casualty. If Lisa Sandberg could please stand, from Gus Franklin. We can applaud her for receiving that honor. Thank you. So glad to be able to say that. It's nice. And I'm very grateful for Dr. Dwyzon and the role she plays coordinating all of our academic services. I'm confident we'll be collaborating soon on all these various facets. I still have some questions about the agenda items for today. I noticed that the agenda is usually 10 to 15 pages long, and this one was 88 pages. That alerted me immediately to examine things more carefully. I think we are truly lucky to have Dr. Walker and Mr. Shiflett, and I know that we begged for stability with our upper management personnel, but we weren't expecting hiring protocols to be bypassed. In the future, I hope the board will reinstate some of the hiring practices that include a requirement to fly positions and interview applicants, as well as put them through a series of panels. It just seems like the right thing to do, to put a process in place. Please don't misunderstand me. Due to our human resources and superintendent crises recently, I understand the need for appointments, but going forward, I think it behooves us to have a process in place. These positions command a substantial salary, and it seems to me that everyone should at least interview for a position. Let's come up with a process for future hires. Agenda item 502, superintendent's evaluation. Dr. Walker has set some amazing goals, and we are poised to achieve some terrific things. But she's only been here since July, and Mr. Shiflett only since early October. It seems inappropriate to set an evaluation of those goals right now at this time. Goals are generally created in January and evaluated in December. So why the rush? Let's get out of the way and let everyone do the work, and then take a look at evaluations at the proper time. We also have to see a contract for these roles. As members of the public, we are asking for this to be made available to us. We ask for stability and consistency in our superintendents, and that doesn't mean we need to rush into evaluations and salary increases. Dr. Brad Johnson is quoted as saying, "Since the classroom teacher is more important to the success of a student than programs, curriculum, and technology, that means that teacher morale is more important than programs, curriculum, or technology." And again, our own Craig Shiflett told me recently that he clearly understands that happy, healthy teachers make happy, healthy students. I have a superintendent salary scale from 22-23, which started at $220,000 at step 1 and finished around $267,000 at step 5, with a 5% increase every year. Now we're talking about a first year step substantially higher than that. Dr. Walker will be the highest paid superintendent in San Bernardino County. I think a superintendent who commands that salary will create a climate in our district that will encourage the kind of success that we have been looking for. I'm not going to object because I know coming into our district at this time gives major dysfunction vibes and requires a substantial leap of faith, and we need stability and consistency. I, for one, am willing to pay for that. However, going forward, I fully expect to have the same respect paid to our teachers who are doing an amazing job and who have been in the trenches throughout these many transitions, working through years of revolving doors of administration personnel. I know we need to reward and honor people who will come to us and repair damage, but care needs to be given to all of those among us who never left. With the work that we do and our unique population, and with all the extra that is expected of us, we too should be among the highest paid teachers in San Bernardino County. Since we're going to be upping the ante with our administrative salaries, let's up the ante with our teacher salaries as well. Item number 1320. We would like clarity and transparency on this item. Melva Davis, Jen Hanau, VP, an extra 5% for what? Explanation is vague. What are the additional duties? I thought TICs were there for that. And why are we paying a substitute administrator $400 a day? Who are these subs? What are they doing? And again, I just thought this was a TICs job. Just clarification. I also need help with the details on the following. Agenda item 1503. What is trusted sec? What do they do? Why are they being hired before being verified, before coming to the board? Again, without any requests for proposals or bids, we need to have a heads up if this is something to do with cyber forensics. It makes no sense why they are a ratification item and that their agreement is 20 pages long and no one can figure out exactly what they do except except that it has something to do with some kind of investigation into computer activity. 1506 and 1507, superintendent's approval and assistant superintendent of HR's approval. This is supposed to be reported out from closed session. Where is the public discussion for these items? This is new business, and this must be voted on in open session, each item by itself. And with the election not yet finalized, a board member who may soon be removed should recuse herself from those votes. Finally, please honor the results of the election. The people have spoken. There was another election not too long ago that was won by a single vote, and even so, it was no mandate because the votes against were split between two people. This district has had enough strife and scandal, and we have all had enough pettiness. Put an end to it now. I'd like to close on a positive note. Again, we are delighted with the direction the district is taking under the leadership of Dr. Walker and her team. We are grateful for the steadfastness of Dr. Doizan, our most senior administrator, and we look forward to a day when Adelanto bears the gold standard of success, and we are known in the high desert as being a premier place for students to be educated. Thank you for your patience with me and for your time.
Thank you. Zita, do we have anyone for CSEA?
I don't see Diane Lynn unless she has a rep this evening. Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any audience members?
I do have one speaker. It's Melanie Cabot.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Walker, Madam President, trustees, and cabinet. I'm here tonight to ask some tough questions regarding our former superintendent, Michael Kraus. On October 20th, 2024, Deborah Jones posted on her Facebook that the district had filed a temporary restraining order against Michael Kraus, citing workplace violence. This was filed with the court on October 11th, 2024. Why did the district wait so long to file this? Why wasn't this filed immediately after Michael Kraus was placed on administrative leave back in April? Then there was a news article posted on November 1st, 2024, on sbcsentinel.com that stated the district had separated from Mr. Kraus effective June 30th, 2024, and that the district had agreed to pay his salary through the end of 2024, as well as his health benefits for 6 months. So was Mr. Kraus let go for cause? Because if he wasn't, if he was let go for cause, then why did the district agree to use taxpayer money to pay him off? If he had been guilty of workplace violence against district employees, why would the district offer this settlement? Also, there's a temporary restraining order, and if there's a valid reason for this temporary restraining order, then a judge will likely uphold that in January. However, if there's no validity to this filing, and it was filed right before the election to deter Mr. Kraus from his campaign, I urge you to reconsider your decision in pulling his settlement of his salary and benefits. Reinstate that settlement if there was not a justification for this. He and his 5-year-old daughter, I'm sure many of you are aware, were in a catastrophic car accident in June. And his daughter has suffered very, very severe medical complications from that. The cancellation of his health benefits has prevented her from coming home from the hospital. She needs home hospital care, and she can't get that because they don't have insurance. You've taken away his livelihood, his health insurance from his family, and this TRO limits his ability to go to work in the
30
future.
seconds.
Furthermore, I ask that you respect the voters. The voters have chosen a new board member, and in the future, we will be watching as this all unfolds and seeing what happens in January with the TRO. And if a judge dismisses the TRO, we will know exactly why it was filed, and the next election cycle will come, and we will remember what happened here. And it just might be you that's voted out. So I appreciate your time, and thank you for your consideration.
That concludes tonight's speakers.
Thank you. Section 7, recess to closed session. Trustees, can I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Stewart, I motion to close.
Soto, all second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. The time is 6:57.
Already 7.
Welcome back, everyone. Reconvene to open session. The time is 9:08. Call to order. Roll call and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVey, will you please take roll?
Trustee Stewart,
Present?
trustee Turner,
Turner present.
trustee Soto,
Soto present.
trustee Webster,
Present.
trustee La French.
Love French present. The quorum has been established. Section 9, closed session report. Currently, we have nothing to report out from closed session. Public testimony. Ms. LeVey, do we have any speakers?
Madam President, we do not.
No need to read my favorite part.
No.
Okay, moving right along to public hearing and sunshine proposal. 11.01, public hearing, sunshine proposal for negotiation with California School Employee Association, chapter number 451, CSCA. There's nothing on my agenda, but okay, I just need a pen. Thank you. The time is 9:10.
Do we have a proposal, Madam President, for both ADTA and, or CSEA? Or do we want to table this until later? Because we weren't,
Because usually there's lines on here that says something. This is just two things on here. I don't have any information on here.
what is, I'm concerned about the proposal.
So, Madam President, this is the public hearing sunshine proposal for negotiations. So I apologize that you don't have that box, but if you go to item 1101, you started the hearing at 9, what was it, 9?
We're gonna open this, okay, let's take it back. We're gonna open this public hearing at 9:11.
Okay,
And
so,
we're currently now open for discussion.
correct.
The proposed items for negotiation for 2024-25 school year are Article 5, salary, Article 6, health and welfare benefits, early retirement / life insurance and medical insurance.
You need the mic closer to your mouth.
Article 7 is uniforms attire. Article 8 is performance review and discipline procedures. Article 12 is hours and overtime. Article 20 is transportation, carryover from last year due to MOU. Thank you. Hearing no discussion, we're gonna close it at 9:12. Yes. Well, 11:02? So 11:02, the interim superintendent recommends the Board of Trustees accept the district's proposal. So we will need a motion for that and a second.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the Sunshine proposal for negotiations with CSEA Chapter 451.
Soto, I'll second that motion.
Ms. LeVey, please call for the vote. Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French? La French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. My apologies. Section 12, adoption of the minutes. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve as written in order field for the regular board governance workshop and regular board meeting minutes of October the 29th, 2024?
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve the workshop meeting and the regular board meeting of October 29th, 2024.
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Trustee Webster, abstain.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French? La French, aye. Motion passed. Section 13, consent agenda. We're taking items 13.02 through 13.29. Does any trustee want to pull an item with the exception of 13.09?
Yes, Trustee Webster, I'd like to pull 1315 and 1320.
Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda with the exception of 13.15 and 13.20?
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the remaining of consent agenda with the exclusion of 1315 and 1320.
Soto, I'll second that motion.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote. Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French? La French, aye. Motion passed. Items removed from the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve item 13.15?
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve item 13.15.
Can I get a second?
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion.
Yes, I pulled this agenda item because I had additional questions. I recollect not too long ago I requested whether or not we were doing proper RF or bid processes for different outside companies, and I just want to get some clarification on what the bid deficiency meant and how we proceed making sure this doesn't happen.
Okay, so on this particular one, we had done a bid for we had done a bid for uniforms, and Mission Linen had actually won the bid for 24-25 moving forward. However, I had learned that we had outstanding items from 23-24 that had not been paid due to not going out to bid, and actually the contract that we had with Cintas had expired. And so initially, when we also went out to bid with Mission Linen, there was supposed to be a smaller time frame with what we were doing business between Cintas, moving from Cintas to Mission Linen. But the county won't allow us to pay anything based off of not having a contract in place from the prior year. So this is the reason why I had to bring it back to this board agenda in order to say that we didn't have a contract in place from the prior year to pay outstanding invoices and to pay just the small amount of invoices that we had within the first year, or actually within 24-25, that didn't exceed that bid threshold.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hearing no further discussion, board, can I get approval?
So,
I'm sorry, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
so do I.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve section 13.20?
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve 13.20.
So do I'll second.
We're now open for discussion.
Yes, I pulled this one as well. I had some confusion when I read over it. It was my understanding that this individual is already in an acting assistant principal role. So I'm kind of confused on the 5% stipend for the same role. Is there any way you could speak to that?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Webster. I'm going to have Dr. Dwyzon respond to that question.
Thank you so much for the question. So this actually is to help support academic services after her contractual time. The reason why we've assisted, actually this is a part of the bigger plan where we're also talking about TOSAs as well, and really to help drive the work. This particular administrator will support with the implementation of systems for our English learners. We will support administrators, making sure that we are following procedures, because that is an FPM type of compliance or item. So she's going to help assist us, but it will not impact her regular course of her day.
Okay, so these are duties outside of her regular duties.
Yes, they are. It's actually under me and Academic Services Department.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Hearing no further discussion, Ms. LeVey, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
So do I.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion pass. Section 15, new business. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve resolution number 24.25.12, excusing the absence of trustee Stephanie Webster on October the 29th, 2024?
Stewart, I lost my train of thought. What am I supposed to say? I motion to approve.
So do I'll second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing no discussion, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
So do I.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, abstain.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, nay.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. Section 15.02, trustees, I need a motion to revise and amend the Adelanto Elementary School District Board of Trustees meeting calendar for 2024 to include a regular meeting on December the 13th, 2024, which will serve as the board's annual organizational meeting, and remove the scheduled meeting on December the 10th, 2024.
So do I motion that we approve?
Webster, I second.
We're open for discussion.
Yes, from my understanding is that we're passing this because there's a cutoff date between doing the swearing in with the county, and so we have to push it to that date. And that's my understanding, that due to the cutoff date of the swearing in that is required from the district, we have to push it to the 13th. So that's, just want to add background. If I'm kind of lacking some information, maybe one of the cabinet members can help me out here, but that is my understanding as to why we are pushing it to the 13th.
That is correct. San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools sent out a memo stating that we had between the 13th, the 20 through the 27th in order to have our organizational meeting. And based upon everyone's calendar, the 13th was the most effective date for everyone to be in attendance.
Thank you, Dr. Walker.
Hearing no further discussion, Ms. LeVey, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion pass. Section 15.03. Trustees, I need a motion for the ratification of the agreement with Trusted Sec for 2024 emergency incident response services.
Stewart, I motion to approve.
And Soto, I'll second.
We're open for discussion.
So this came up because there was a need to investigate to make sure that our IT is secure, and that's why this was brought to the board. And I mean, there's really not more that I can say on that, but that we need to make sure that our communication and the internet is safe for employees to communicate and and respect what has to be respected for privacy. I can't think of the word right now.
I concur with Trustee Stewart.
No more discussion. Ms. LeVey, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion pass. Section 15.05. Trustees, I need a motion for what? Oh, I skipped one. Okay. 15.04.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. It's 9/26.
Trustees, can I get a motion to extend the meeting?
Trustee Webster, I motion to extend to 10:30.
Soto, I'll second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed to extend the meeting to 10:30. 15.04. Trustees, I need a motion for the approval of the tentative agreement for fiscal year 2023-24 between the Adelanto Elementary School District and the Adelanto District Teachers Association and corresponding AB 1200.
Trustee Webster, I motion for the approval of the TA for fiscal year 23-24 between the Adelanto Elementary School District and the Adelanto District Teachers Association with corresponding AB 1200.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion.
I'm very proud that we've reached a agreement with the teachers union, and I just want to express my appreciation to all those that were involved in making this possible. You know, our teachers are the heart of our district. They are guiding and inspiring our students every single day. So this agreement really does reflect our commitment to supporting them and recognizing the value that they bring to our schools. I'm excited about the direction that we're moving in, and I look forward to continuing our collaboration with the teachers union and as we work together to provide the best possible education for students. Thank you.
I would like to say that I want to thank our cabinet for being transparent in this process and in working with the other side to make this happen. I appreciate you very much.
I would just like to say that this has been a long, drawn out process. It's been very contentious negotiations. Information wasn't properly given to the board initially to make a decision. And I'm so glad, Julie and your department, for going through our budget with a fine tooth comb and coming out with funds in order to make this happen. Because initially we were not given, the board was not given correct information. And Mr. Shiplet, I have to say thank you. You came in and immediately went in there and closed this long drawn out negotiation with your team, Julie and your team and Dr. Walker, you know, and I really appreciate that. As always, the board do not withhold money just to withhold money. The board is told what we can give and what we could do. And with that information, we made decisions. And I just thank you for your department, Julie, for being diligent and looking at everything, bringing in, you know, different departments and your department going through it with a fine tooth comb. And this is what happens when we're given the correct information in order to make right decisions for our staff and our students. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion pass. Section 15.05. Trustees, I need a motion for the approval of the salary adjustment to the tentative agreement by and between Adelanto Elementary School District and the California School Employees Association, chapter number 451 for fiscal year 2023-24.
Trustee Turner, motion to approve the tentative agreement for CSEA.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion.
Again, same thing. I'm glad that we were able to TA. I know we TA CSEA prior to TA and ADTA. And again, kudos to your department for pulling this out and making it something that we all can agree upon and the district can afford. Thank you.
I concur.
Also just reiterate, I'm pleased that we are supporting the salary adjustments. You know, our principals, our secretaries, they play a crucial role in leading our schools and supporting our teachers. So these adjustments do acknowledge their hard work and dedication to our district's success. I'm hopeful that these changes will strengthen our district as we continue to move forward together, ensuring that our leadership team has the support they need to succeed in their roles. And thank you to everyone who contributed to this important step.
Thank you. I concur. Within no more discussion, Ms. LeVey, will you take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, I. Motion pass. Section 1506, trustees, I need a motion to approve the certificated executive management new hire.
Stewart, I motion to approve.
Trustee Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion.
So I am voting to approve this. Yes, he was just hired as an interim, but we need someone who's permanent, and he's kind of showing his work ethic on the job. He's been here six weeks, a little bit ish, and we have a TA all ready with ADTA. I feel that Mr. Shiflett works transparently, and that's what we want for our district. I feel that he will become committed to our district, and my intention, I believe his intention as well, is that he has longevity with the district, and this is something that the district needs, and he comes highly recommended by Dr. Walker, and I trust her recommendation. So we have him here, boots on the ground, and he has shown that he's transparent and can be trusted. Thank you.
I concur with Trustee Stewart about the performance and the direction of the district. We are moving in the right direction. As we consider the appointment of this role, I do want to take a moment to express my perspective on this important decision. In recent years, our district has seen high turnover in leadership positions, and this constant change has impacted both the stability of our operations and the trust of our community. With that context in mind, I believe we have a responsibility to approach this appointment thoughtfully. While I have respect for the work our interim has done in a short time, I feel strongly that moving forward with a permanent appointment at this stage without a comprehensive search could be premature. The role is critical for our district. It directly influences the culture, the support, the retention of staff who serve our students every day. It's essential that we follow a thorough process, examining all candidates to ensure we find the best person for this job. I want to ensure our community that this is not about one individual. My goal is to reinforce the integrity and transparency of our board's decision-making process. By conducting a rigorous search, we can demonstrate our commitment to finding a leader who will be dedicated to our district's long-term vision and prepared to lead effectively. I look forward to having a productive discussion with my fellow trustees on this matter. It's very important, and it's been very frustrating for me as well, trying to navigate the direction that I will be voting on. So thank you for listening.
Any further discussion?
I concur with Trustee Stewart. And Mr. Shiflett, you came in and you, like she said, like Trustee Stewart mentioned, you put the boots on the ground, and not just as an interim, but committed to the job. And I appreciate the work that you've done so far, and I believe that I may not be here, but I believe that you will be an asset. You have become an asset to this unit, to this team. And I appreciate everything that you have brought to this district. You don't need a search firm to see good work, and you've proved your worth. And I commend you for staying. I commend you for, treating this as not just an interim position, but like your position. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
My turn. I want to thank you for all that you've done, coming through the door, hitting the ground, running. We have not had anyone in that seat permanent. We appreciate and have noticed and listened to the feedback that we have gotten each board meeting. Thank you for being there in order to close some of the gaps that we've had. I know that you will be a support to this cabinet, and this cabinet is strong just how it looks right now when we're looking across. When I look across, I should say, when I look across at the cabinet, I see a strong cabinet and a cabinet that we are able to move forward with and be able to say that, that we appreciate what everyone does, but the team and the workmanship between everybody on here, it is a wonderful thing to have. And I've been on this board for quite some time now. Well, maybe not quite some time, 6 long years, I want to say. And I want to say that when I look across the cabinet right now, how it is how it should be. And moving forward, I truly believe with everyone that is on this cabinet today, we will move forward stronger together. And we welcome you and thank you for being here for us. Without any further discussion, Ms. LeVay, will you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, nay.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, nay.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion pass. 3 yeses and 2 nos. Moving on to Section 1507. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the appointment of superintendent.
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve the appointment of superintendent.
Trustee Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion.
Wait, who want to go? Who?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
In my tenure in the last year and a half, we've had 2 administrators in charge and 1 superintendent, and this is just in my term, in my 1 year and a half that I've been serving here. And in the last few years, we have had over 8 superintendents, 7, that's what I'm being told, but several administrators in charge. Let me be very clear. I'm extremely happy with the leadership that we have now. My concern isn't being addressed. I'm hearing that this is about the performance, which I agree actually. That's not the concern. The concern here is, what are we doing as a board differently than we've done in the past? That is the question here. What are we doing differently that we have done in the past? We're doing the exact same thing that we have done just a few months ago, hoping to get a different result. I still have more to say. I'm committed to the long-term success and stability of our district. Over the past year and a half, like I've said, we've had a significant turnover at the superintendent level. The rate of change is unsustainable and disruptive, both for our students, our children, and for the trust our community places in us to provide steady, effective leadership. My concern is that these recent discussions seem to be driven by immediate reactions rather than a thoughtful, structured process. Moving forward with appointments without a comprehensive search risks repeating the mistakes that led us to this point of high turnover, uncertainty, and diminished public confidence in our district's leadership. And while I hold our interim superintendent in high regard and welcome her application, I am committed to the process we agreed upon: a transparent, nationwide search to find the best candidate for this crucial role. It's essential we demonstrate to the community that we are approaching this decision thoughtfully, examining all possible options to find a leader who can guide our district, with long-term vision. And I want to ensure that my stance is not about one individual, but about restoring and reinforcing the integrity of our board's decision making. I'm here to make independent decisions that prioritize the needs of our students and families. This is our opportunity to show we are serious about ending the cycle of instability. Only by following a clear, rigorous selection process can we ensure that our next superintendent is fully prepared to lead our district forward and serve our community with confidence. Thank you.
I'd like to concur with Trustee Soto on his words, as I truly believe that in a time of a lot of uncertainty, following procedure and protocol is our best bet. So I would also like to support the nationwide search as well. Thank you.
Hearing no further discussion.
I would like to make a comment. I too has served in this district for a very long time, and I've seen some great things. I've seen some amazing things, and I've seen some not so amazing things. I have went through several superintendent searches, and they didn't turn out as well. Our job here is to put students first. We can't put our likes in the way of effectiveness. And even though we've had some great superintendents over the past 17 years, and it's only been 7 superintendents, which is a lot, you have to admit. There's been stories out there, there's been 10 superintendents in 12 years. That's absolutely not true. We have had the opportunity to witness great work. Not just someone talking and telling the board what we want to hear and acting what we want to hear. At the same time, our district is being ran to the ground and the board not knowing about it. Principals not being evaluated, teachers not being evaluated. And we look at our performance and we look at our SIPSs, and our principals have to sit here and with a grim face telling us that our students are not where they're supposed to be because processes are not in place. We're witnessing people coming in, and I have said up here, and I have to admit that I thought, and I want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. People could say great words and say what you want to hear and pretend where we are when we're not. I have to say that this team coming in here, Julie, coming in, picking up stuff from scratch, trying to make heads or tails of it. Our HR department, we have cases that had not been addressed. And even in the superintendent seat, sitting next to me, I have to say that the board is not here every day. We are not the day-to-day operations of this district, and we make decisions based on what is given to us, information that is given to us, whether it's false or true. We have to rely on the leader to tell us and give us that information. I'm really upset right now, and because our staff has suffered over the past couple years, and we did not know it. And it's evidence and facts. This lady sitting here has demonstrated and stood tall and has brought processes into place, something that a national superintendent search will never do for this district. And I'm leaving with the confidence of this team that will take Adelanto where we need to go. Will we be perfect? No, we're not perfect, but I do see that we're heading in the right direction. And I've said that before sitting here, based on what I was told. I attended the Learning Center collaborative meeting last week where our principals sit in this audience and I saw excitement on their faces. I saw them coming back. I didn't go on the trips with them to visit our schools, to talk to our kids, but they came back excited about what to do next. Under the leadership of this woman sitting next to me and our learning center collaborative. I was impressed. I was happy. The 17 years that I served, I said, I can leave knowing that our kids are in good hands. Our principals talking to our kids. What do you want your teacher to know about you? What would you like your school to look like? And they were blown away. And I know teachers will benefit from this as well, because teachers probably wasn't even told, what do you want your school to look like? What do you want your school to become? Asking parents. So yeah, I don't need a national superintendent search when we have the best here sitting here. And I thank you. And I thank you for hanging in there with all of this. Look for somebody, bring a new person in to sit here and tell us exactly what we want to hear. I want to see, and I've seen it. I went to Fall Joint, I went to San Bernardino County, and I saw the people coming up to her. I went to a conference this past weekend. I saw people coming up to her, knowing her, talking about her. You got a good one. You got a good one. You got a good one. I haven't heard that in a very, 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 very long time. So yes, I can leave here knowing that Adelanto Elementary School District will be left in great hands. And I'm not going anywhere because I'm a community member and I'm a parent and I live in this community, and I will be here to congratulate and keep congratulating our students, our teachers, and our staff, and to keep our employees safe from abuse and harm. So thank you very much.
Can I go?
You want to follow? You can try.
All right. I mean, mine won't be as strong as that, but I can try because this is important to me. When I first joined the board, I did not intend to go through superintendents like this. When we went through the search, we got a list of, I think it was like 20 superintendents. They lowered it, and we went through the whole process. We went through the interviews. We came here on a weekend, and all these people, some did great, some did not, but we interviewed, and it didn't work out. It didn't work out, you know. The board voted, and I respect the vote. Then we appointed someone to take the place, and it didn't work out. I wish there was a guarantee, but these are not appliances. They're people. And from what I've seen, right now, our cabinet is working. We've heard it. I've seen it. And I'm not the only one. And if I were at a job and they're saying, yeah, you're good, but we're going to look just in case, then I'm going to look for another job. You know, there's no guarantees. My intention is to not, is to not fire and this and that. I take them on good faith that they'll do their job. When they don't, then they have to go. But we've heard from the podium that they're happy with our cabinet. They're building trust. And if we change that, we're going to just start all over again. So, and I just want to thank you all for your transparency. And that's all I've got.
Okay. Gonna save my comments till trustee comments. I am happy to say, Ms. LeVay, will you please take that vote?
Trustee Soto?
Soto, nay.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, nay.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 3-2-2. You see, I take my glasses on and off because I am in denial on whether or not if I can read with them on. So, Section 16.01, trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the second read revision of Board Policy 5113, absences and excuses.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve and adopt the second read revision of Board Policy 5113, absence and excuses.
Trustee Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. 16.02, trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the second read revision of Administrative Regulation 5113, absences and excuses.
Trustee Turner, motion to approve.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. 16.03, trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the second read revisions of Board Policy 6020, parental involvement.
Trustee Turner, motion to approve.
Soto, I'll second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. 16.04, trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the second revision of Administrative Regulation 6020, parental involvement.
Trustee Turner, motion to approve.
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Section 17, governing board members' reports and announcement. You got it.
I want to first congratulate our new superintendent, to our district, Dr. Walker. Congratulations. I also want to congratulate, our new human resources superintendent of human resources. Congratulations. For the last couple of weeks, I was able to do some site walks with Dr. Walker. We visited George Visual Performing Arts School. We visited Columbia Middle School and Tedvick as well. And I'm very happy with the direction that the schools are going. During George Visual, we've learned some really interesting numbers and figures that have put George on the map compared to other elementary school districts. And I'm hoping that in the next meeting, we can recognize George Visual Arts for their accomplishments. And in addition, I'm also going to be completing my last Master's in Governance course on Saturday. So I'll be looking forward to wrapping that up. Besides that, I want to thank everybody for their continued support. I'm very excited to be working with all of you these next 4 years. It's going to be an exciting and a very bumpy road, I imagine, but we can do it. We're going to do it together. And I'm very proud of all of us and the direction of the district once again. I hope everyone has a wonderful night. And take care. Thank you for listening.
I just want to say real quick that every decision I make for the district here on the board, it isn't for my own personal gain or gain of friends or things like that. I think what would be best for the kids. It would be best for the kids if the district ran efficiently. I had been asked, why don't we table the superintendent's contract, but I feel waiting just postpones things. Now she, with the support of the district and the confidence in her position, she can really set this district in motion, along with her cabinet. I feel that there's no stopping us now. As for the staff, you will always come first. There are hills that I will die on, and I'm okay with that. No matter what comes my way, people know me. My workers know me. My employer knows me, and those who I have interacted with know me. I'm transparent. I think sometimes I'm a little too transparent. I was told I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I was like, is that bad? I was like, is that bad? And I feel now I don't care. I wear it because I have nothing to hide. So how I come at you truthfully is how I expect others to come at me truthfully. And that's how I live my life. So thank you.
I've said a lot already, and I was going to forego my comments, but I may not get another opportunity to speak. So I would just like to say that over the past 17 years, upon my first entry into the school district, it wasn't this room, it was a whole different building. And I reflect on that. Going to my first board meeting and coming out of closed session, we had to knock on the door so mice can run through, so we could walk through. If anyone remember that? Veronica, you remember that? I'm like, no, this cannot be. Our employees have to, work in a place where they can enjoy coming to work. I would go out and I would see mounds of paperwork all over the place, little bitty cubicles, and people were scrounging around and to get into play. I'm like, we could do better than this. And we did. Look, I wanted people to be able to come to work and be comfortable and like what they saw. I wanted our kids to be able to come to school and comfortable and learn and be excited. And that was my goal for getting on this board, is to make a difference in a child's life, to make a difference in people leaving their children, leaving their families every day to spend the majority of their day here working with other people's children. An atmosphere where they can say, this is my second home and I'm treated with respect. Contrary to what you think out there, board members, we really don't get paid a lot of money. You hear President Love French, $211. That's about right. That's about right. That's about what we get. But we don't do it for the money. At night, I wake up in the middle of the night wondering what could we do better for our children. I had children that come through this district. I have grandchildren that came through this district that's in her third year of college. And they came through Adelanto and at UC San Diego, prestigious colleges. Other children bringing their children here that came through our system. The work we do here, and I've said it many times, no, teachers should be the highest paid profession because there's no other position that I know of where parents would drop their 5-year-old child off and never met the person but comfortable leaving that child for hours, knowing they're in good hands. That's why we do what we do. All this stuff out there, you're here for your own benefit. Yeah, my benefit is to make sure that other people's children are taken care of. That I hold people accountable for other people's children. Yes, that's who I am. That's who I've always been. I'm gonna hold you accountable. I don't let my likeness for you to interfere with what brought me here. I can like you. But and what hurt me the most is the people that I work with that was afraid to come to me, to tell me what was really going on here in this district. The abuse that you were taking, that hurt me to my core. Friendship stopped right there. That's when it ended. Because you come here and you leave your families, and families bring their children to be under our care, to make decisions for them. Yeah, I'll fight tooth and nail for that. And I'll take the abuse, and I've taken a whole lot of abuse over the years, but it's okay. You know, I pray about it, and I'm not here for me. God put me in this place. So, you know, and he kept me here for as long as he wanted me to be here. And I'm okay with that. Don't be sad, because I'm not. I just pray for all of you in the seat here, making decisions for other people's children. And I know that you make decisions like your children are being affected, and some of you children are. So I appreciate the team that I'm leaving behind to do the best job possible. I'm gonna name the superintendents for everyone out there. Chris Van Zee, Darren Brawley, Lily DeBlue, Edwin Gomez, Amy Wynn Hernandez, Dr. Mitchell, Keenan Mitchell, and Michael Krause. And now, Dr. Terry Walker. That's 8. You make 8. And that's in my term of 17 years. So I would just like to say it's been a pleasure. I love my team that I'm working with. You're family to me. And we disagree. And that's what make it even better. That we all come here with different perspectives, but some of us, the majority of us, can live with that without getting upset and taking it personal. So I'll be checking in. And with that being said, thank you for all that you've done for me over the years. And I appreciate each and every one of you, from our custodial staff to our IT department to our kitchen aides, to kitchen staff, to all of you that come to AESD every day, to your second home, because that's how I look at it, my second home. So thank you, thank you, thank you. So my 70-year-old self is gonna, I'm not gonna say I'm going home and sitting down, I'm too busy for that. But anyway, I'm gonna have fun.
Well, okay. I need two pair of glasses. Okay, Dr. Walker. As board president of AESD, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to you for accepting the role of superintendent. We are thrilled to have you step into the important leadership position, and I have full confidence in your ability to guide and inspire our district towards continued success. I understand that leadership comes with its challenges, but I am confident that your experience, your dedication, and vision will help us navigate those challenges and build a brighter future for our district. People know that I am here to support you. Please know I am here to support you in every way possible, and I look forward to the opportunity that lies ahead of us under your leadership. Thank you for your commitment to our students and our staff and our community. Your presence is already deeply appreciated, and I am excited to see what we can accomplish together in the days to come. Thank you for accepting this challenge. Thank you for being here, because we already know, as much as people talk about AESD is not a cakewalk, everyone that is here is ready to walk as one drum, one team. And yes, I will cry and I will miss Miss Turner, because she is the reason that I'm here. And I will. And I'll save my speech for Turner next time. But I am appreciative for every person that's on this cabinet, because everybody brings something to the table, and you need, believe me, you need a strong leader. Without her, whew, let me tell you, this cabinet would not be the same. You have to have a strong leader in order to move the district forward. And Dr. Walker's going to do that, and she's doing it. That's the reason why everyone that comes up here and they speak, whether we do it today, tomorrow, or yesterday, everyone has been in agreements that have come up here and has spoken. It's done. And I'm glad to be a part of it. With that being said, Dr. Walker, I usually pass you up and go to the ending, but I remember we're moving on to. Well, Webster, did you want to just? It is now section 18, superintendent's reports and announcement.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed President LaFrench, Board of Trustees, my executive cabinet, AESD staff, and the community, and the EAs that are sitting in the back of the room, and over here on my left side. It is both an honor and a privilege to accept the role of Superintendent of Adelanto Elementary School District. I am deeply grateful to the Board of Trustees for entrusting me with this responsibility. I want to express my sincere thanks for your confidence and your support. I'm excited to continue working alongside our dedicated executive cabinet, Julie Gonzalez, Dr. Tasha Dwyzon, and Mr. Craig Shiflett. Thank you. Alongside also our educators, the staff, and the families, all of whom are truly committed to our framework for success. Together, we will remain steadfast in our mission to provide the best possible education for every student in our district. As we move forward, we will continue to engage with our community, the educators, and students, ensuring that we create a supportive, inclusive environment where all learners can thrive. I approach this work with confidence, commitment, and compassion, knowing that these values are essential to building a successful, thriving district. Let us remain united in our shared goal, empowering students to achieve their fullest potential and contributing to the success of our community. Together, I'm going to say that again. Together, we will continue to build upon the foundation of success we've established and worked tirelessly to create even greater opportunities for our students. Big, bold, and brave is how we'll do it. Thank you once again for your unwavering support and dedication to the mission of Adelanto Elementary School District. I am confident that together, and I'll say that again, together we will achieve great things and continue to move forward in our collective pursuit of excellence. Let's continue to thrive. Thank you.
Trustees, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So do I motion that we adjourn?
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVey, will you please take the vote? Trustee Soto?
So do I.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. The time is 10:15 and we have adjourned. Thank you very much for coming. Please drive safe.